Roto Hydramatic 10. I have two of them in here at the same time. One's a 62, one's a 63. There's a slight difference on this pump, being this stop right here is in this one. This is a 62. The 63 did not have it. We were supposed to get to build this unit. I don't know if we're going to get to now. First was told yes, now I'm told no. Everybody's all gung-ho until they get the price. They think that this old stuff is cheap. This old stuff can be even more expensive than a new transmission, just because of the fact that nobody has the stuff. And you're at the mercy of whatever they want to charge for whatever parts that you need. And they ain't cheap, I can tell you that. So if we get to build this, I'm going to have to go back and change this. There is a rubber seal that goes here. And once I get it on here, come on now. Show you how it goes. Goes with this area facing out, the flat part up against the valve. And there is a taper to the spring. The small end pops onto here. There's no reason to take that spring off of here unless the spring is broken. And then the valve goes in. This spacer does not appear to matter which direction it goes. And then the valve goes stem in, and there's an O-ring here. So I'm going to leave this loose also, just in case I have to go back in and change this. Front seal. Small end on the spring again pops on. And here again, there's no need to take that off of there. You want to go in. And then the stop goes in. I don't think it matters, but the groove was facing in. There's another O-ring on here. I don't think I mentioned it. These are 3/4 inch hex heads here. Okay, our body, I guess is what you'd call it, goes in this part right here. And the hole over here. Inner and outer spring goes there. Vane guide. Your rotor goes with this side down, bevel up. And then in our vanes. You can see where the rings were riding. If you can feel a groove, it's time to replace these. If you can't, you can reuse them. There's an O-ring on the outside. Another guide ring. Cover plate. This dowel pin that lines that up right there. You're going to want to get a line-up band and put around the outside here to line this up before you tighten this down. A slotted screw here, and then here's the bolts and washers that hold that to the bell housing or front cover, whatever you want to call it. One thing to not forget on this is this check ball, and it's very easy to do because it's going to roll off on you. And you're not going to have known that it was in there. You may find it on your bench. You may think it goes to something else, especially if you do a bunch of different transmissions. So don't forget this ball. Come on off of there. Goes in this hole right here. So you might want to put a little bit of grease in there to hold that in place. Now you can put your pump together like you normally do. Alright, the 63 valve body, this spring is a little bit different, not by much, probably won't make a crap. You have a check valve here like you do on the others. There's a 1/4 inch ball, goes here and here. This you're going to need to put in a soft jawed vise because this spring is some kind of stout and you're not going to be able to hold on to it and push down at the same time. 435 thousandths on the ball. Wrong hole. And the spring and the retainer goes in from this side in front of the spring. It appears the valve body's exactly the same. The only difference being that some of these springs are longer just a little bit, so probably this valve body is not as worn out as the other valve body springs were. It's a pain. We have a spring. Hollow end of the valve down. Make sure the spring gets in it. Then the retainer. Goes right there. And this side is going to be a lot of fun to get in there because you got so much going on. We have valve with the stem, spring, end plug with the dimple facing out, and we're going to try to assemble this piece at a time and just put the retainer in at an angle, and hopefully things will go well for us. Hollow end of the valve up, spring, why does it not feel right? It just feels weird. Hollow end of the retainer back. Make sure the spring's in that little pocket. Emma, get down in there. It's going to be the hard one. Hollow end of the dimple facing out. Go. Stem out on the valve and the spring. I don't know who the genius was that come up with this, but I need butt whooping. Alright. Valve doesn't seem to matter which direction it goes. Inner and outer spring. Sleeve. And valve with the stem facing in. and retainer. Valve with the small end in. The sleeve, this end in, this poking over here. Spring, valve with the stem in. Little dimple facing out. And retainer. Stem facing out. Spring, and retainer goes in front of the spring. Boy, that was a pain. Alright, let's stem up. Spring. And a little dimple facing out. And this retainer just lays across here in front of it. Just like so. And this sits in the bottom here. You may have to put it in afterwards. Doesn't appear that there's a difference in the valve. I don't think it's going to stay. It's going to push it out. Spring. Sleeve goes on the valve. The little retainer holds that in right there. Right there. Make sure that's in there. This adjustment here was at 460 thousandths, measured from the base to the tip. Stem out on the valve. Spring and retainer. Manual valve. It's going to fall all the way through. Spring sits in here. our actuator. There is a clip here and a washer. Another washer. And another clip. And our stuff just keeps falling out. Alright, we can go ahead and put our check balls on this side because they just float through, and we can put our separator plate on here so we make sure that it is poking through the hole. And put this on. Leave all this loose. On this side, we have a 1/4 inch ball, and then we have a 310 thousandths ball. Goes right there. Two 3 boost valve body. A long stem faces out. Spring. A dimpled end faces out. And this is another one of those where you got to do several things. So we're going to start the retainer just barely enough to hold that in place. Stem out on the valve. Spring. And finish pushing our retainer in. Make sure that spring is all the way behind that, and it is not. There we go. We do have another 1/4 inch ball, and it goes there. And then our separator plate, going to go there, and our body, long screw over here, and the 2 short ones. And the long screw here, short one over here. And then our longest one goes here. Alright, now just make sure everything is aligned properly. All your holes look good. And then you can tighten these all down by hand. And we're done with the valve body. Alright, spring. This side of the valve up, this side down. E-clip goes in that groove right there. Right there. Spring. Small end of the valve in. Spring. Or small end to in. Little dimple facing out. And retainer. Ouch. For gasket sealer, I use Permatex. Used to use Indian head, but it's kind of hard to find anymore. Gasket's going to go on just like so. Your plate's going to go on just like so. And 9/16 bolts and washers going to go on here. I believe it's 18 to 22 foot-pounds on that. If it's not, I'll put it in field of view somewhere. up our surface here. Lube up your O-ring on your pump. Half-inch bolts on these. I'm just going to use a couple lineup bolts to help me out a little bit. And we are going this away.
We're in the vacuum, it'll come out. Come on, clip.
Here's the damper that's bad about wearing out. See how much play there is? And if you also look, it's cracked. I don't think I'm going to get it out of here without breaking it all the way apart. So, let me go see if I can press it out. Here's what's left of the housing that it was in. This is made out of entirely something different. Feels like, anyway. Maybe not. Maybe it does have a metal outside and a rubber inside. Anyhow, the tapered side's gonna face up. I'm gonna have to press this in, and it's gonna have to be lined up. So let me go get this pressed in, and just be aware that it does go in like that. Like that. And there's the finished product. Neutral clutch, lip seal facing towards you. Lip seal facing towards you. Lube that all up. These are going to have to fit in between here. I assume that got on the camera. Sometimes I forget just exactly where it's pointing, since I don't have a camera person. I'll get back down in there. Here we go. Our return springs. I have to go find a return spring for that one. That one's all bent. So let me find one of those, and then our retainer's going to sit on top. Short end of the taper of the snap ring, the tips of it will have a taper to it. See how it's going like that? We're going to want that facing up towards us. Reverse lip seal up towards you. lip towards you on the inner one. These holes have to line up with the lugs. And a little bit off. This has been a little bit difficult. Boy, this thing's being difficult. Really needs to be a special tool for this one. Although I don't know how you get it down in there. Be awfully thin lip. There we go. Return springs. Retainer. And short end of the taper up. Okay, the sealing rings are hook and loop. They hook together just like so. Onto the drum in the front. The cone sits in here. And our lug is going to hold that in. Rounded end is going to face out to where we slide the cone in, so it's easier to slide it in. Snap ring to hold it all in. When this goes into the case, from the valve body side, these rubber seals need to make damn sure they get all the way down to here so that they seal this off, and then there's a spring that sits on top of each one. And here's the lug for locking that into place. And then our clutches go in the case. front clutch. There is a difference between the two of them that I have. This is the 62 model, and it has 8 clutches, I think. 1, 2, 7. And the 63 model has 8 clutches. So the piston is a different height. Lip faces down on this lip seal. This lip seal, it's going to face up towards you. Actually, I think I'm going to sit down. My back is hurting a little bit, and this is going to take a little bit of explaining. Lube all this up. Lube all this up. I get questions all the time about my brush. Am I not afraid I'm going to lose a bristle? Really not. Every once in a great while I do, but it's very few and far between. And I've been using that brush about 20 years. So you just got to pay attention, and if you lose a bristle, take it off. It's really not a big deal. So you're just going to push your lip seal in. And put your piston down. You have 20 return springs. Okay, your bushing is pretty much flush to here. The one I measured was about 5/1000ths recessed on one. It was about 20 on the other. But when I put the new bushing in, it's flush on both sides. So it's a little bit wider than the other ones, but that's okay. On our hub here, we have notches on here. On your steels there's notches also, but if you'll notice where the notch is, there's a notch here. I'm going to recommend that you mark them. It's going to make it easier. You're going to put this side down, so wherever that mark is, you're going to go 2 notches over, and it's where you're going to put your next one. And these were facing this way, and if anybody that watches my channel knows, I normally do not soak my clutches. This is one of the exceptions for 2 reasons. Number one, it's an old unit, and the linings are different, and number 2, this is a carry-out, so I have no idea. We are not supposed to do carry-outs, but they did a carry-out, so I would mark your deals, go 2 over, and alternate your clutches and your steels up. And just make sure that your notches are lining up alternately. And these steels are wavy, So don't throw them away because they're wavy. They are supposed to be. And if they have shiny spots on the where the high spots are, it's normal. Don't worry about it. Okay, once you get that on there, it has to line up on these notches. You're going to have to go compress it down. And our bolts that hold that all together, right there. There we go, right there. On the 61 to 63 models, there's a fiber or brass washer that comes in from the front side. On the 63 up, it's a fiber washer. From what I understand, you can use either one. On your sun gear, you have a race, bearing race with the cup down. Pay attention to how your bushing is in there. You got to go change these. But notice how that is in there. Put it back in exactly the same way and the same depth that hopefully nobody's been messing with it before. I'll have the measurements on the Patreon side. On your front planet, or front carrier, whatever you want to call it, you have a race cup facing up towards you, the bearing, and the race with the lip facing down. And there's a snap ring that holds all this together. Alright, let me go compress this down and get this on there. It occurred to me, I believe this is on upside down as far as the clutches go. So it still holds true about our space in our steels. You're going to want to go 2 off, but these need to be facing this way. And find my mark. What all that noise is out there, but something going on. Never a dull moment. I'm going to drop on there. There we go. Now, set in. And while we're here, I don't think it matters, but this bushing does have a notch in it. And I'm going to line it up with exactly how it is. There's a notch on each end that seems to line up both ways. I'm just going to line that notch back up where it was. And we're going to go press that in. Do not forget these 4 1/2-inch bolts. In fact, there's no need to even take these out, because you can't get this planted apart without breaking those where it's kind of riveted in. It's mushroomed out, so you can't get this apart taking these bolts off. Things changed with the cast iron governor as compared to the aluminum one. I'm going to end up taking this one apart to measure these valve lands. I'm not sure if they're different size lands compared to the cast iron, but I'm going to be able to take it apart anyway. On the bushing, I'm not going to change this bushing because it looks good shape. It came with this new governor, so I think it's already been replaced. There are notches in this bushing. 2 notches on the one side, single notch on the other. We got the notches lining up with the valves, and then the single notch lining up with the valve that you can't take apart, or over this way anyway. So that's that. On our rings, it looks like these are nickel plated rings that they sent with it, so I'm going to use those. They'll probably wear better than the cast iron rings. And it says to line these rings up in a straight line so that you can see when you're putting this on if one of these rings comes undone. It's supposed to be very easy to unlatch one of these rings. On the cast iron governor, it says you do not need to use a gasket. If you are going to put the aluminum, which they recommend that you don't, you can put a gasket, or you have to put a gasket on it, but I guess it's optional on this. I'm going to go ahead and leave it off like they say. Our sprag is turning counterclockwise, locking clockwise. We have a race with the lip facing up. I'm going to go ahead and put this together. I don't know if it's going to assemble this way, but I'm going to try to put this together and in the tail housing, and then slide the tail housing on. We'll see how it goes, but I don't know if that's going to work or not. We have a race back here. Lip's going to face out towards you. And bearing goes around that lip. Our shaft goes in. The reason I say I don't know if it's going to work or not, because we got a couple snap rings we need to put on out here. But we shall see. So we got to line this up. It's kind of hard to do on camera. And our governors are going to go on. And let's see. Hopefully this only goes one way. Yes. Well, I say that. Quit rolling around on me. It will line up that way, but I don't think that is not the proper way. This is shaped different, and it is shaped different. So okay, this is sitting on there with the weight that you can't take off up that way. So this goes this way. Alright, let's go ahead and mark this. Alright, we have a spring and a valve on each side. There's a gasket. Plate and bolt. It uses a clutch G driver, 22 to 29 foot-pounds on this. This is what the bit looks like. It's very hard to come by. Come on, click. It should have clicked by now. There we go. That gun being difficult. There we go. Let's see, I think I got this from Mac. Nope, Mac Co. And let's see if there's a number on this bit. AC5R. I didn't see it in the book, but where this bushing goes in the back here, there is a ledge where you drive the bushing down, and there's this tab. And I guarantee you that tab is supposed to be bent over into that hole that's right there to keep this thing from spinning. So I bent the tab over into there. Go ahead and put our race, our bearing, and the other race with the cup facing down. And we have two sealing rings, hook and loop like the others. Now if you have this bushing on the front of your Taurus, you have to have this sealing ring right here. If you do not have a bushing in there, then this sealing ring is left off. It's hook and loop like the others. And that's the wrong one. And there's another sealing ring right here. And there's a bushing on the back of this. Now my bushing kit did not come with a bushing for this other piece. So before you just go driving bushings out, we'll make sure you have what you need. This one is still fitting really tight, so I'm not too worried about it. And there's a bushing there. Okay, dokie. We have this race. And bearing and race, lip facing down. Okay, we're going to install our neutral clutch first. Pressure plate down first. This side down. Notches lined up in the case. Alternate clutches and steels. And you're supposed to put the notch of your steel, one on one side, one on the other. Alternate that. Put your key in the case. Let's see. This hole over here. I want the rounded edge up. And put our housing in. Make sure we're lined up with the key. Try as go as straight as possible. Alright, now we put our reverse cone key in, rounded side up also. Then install this cone. Then install your stationary cone. The cup side down. Go as straight as possible. And say if there's a slight crack in this thing, it doesn't matter. It will work just fine. It's designed to crack. Looks like I'm off just a tad bit. Can't get too radical with it. And opening of your snap ring at the opening of the case. I think we're up just a little bit still. Why this is wanting to be so damn difficult. Like we're still up just a little bit. Looks to be down in the case. Alright, not sure. Let me figure out what's going on. Install our band. Anchor goes in here. This piece goes against right there. Put our washer on our sprag assembly. Put our sprag assembly in. Here we go. Sounds like we're down. Looks like we're down. Okay, I think one of the steels moved out of position. And that's what happened. Place your band in. Put your anchor in that hole. Make sure your washer's on your sprag. Sprag's turning counterclockwise, locking clockwise. Okay, sounds like we're down. Take your drum and install that in. Make sure your washer's on the front. Make sure your 3 pieces are on, your race, your bearing, and the cup facing down. Alright, your race and your bearing. Alright, you got your 3 pieces. Race with the cup up, bearing, and the race with the lip down. And you're going to install your snap ring, short end of the taper out towards you. Okay, when I tried to get this linkage to come out before, it wouldn't come out. And turning the unit around, it just fell out. So, let's see if we can get it to go back in. Amazing how things will just fall out, but when you try to take them out, it will not come out. And in case you're wondering, this is how it all is assembled. I wouldn't try to take those spring washers off. They may not hold again after that. Really no need to take it all apart. Utterly amazing how this stuff happens. So close, and yet so far. Almost in there. It's got to be the way it goes. Come on. There we go. There we go. And we're missing a spacer. So let me find out where the spacer fell off to, and I'll get that in there. And it goes on this side of the linkage over here. And our pivot pin just poke through right there. So let me find out where it's. Put your shaft in. Put your governor on. Governor bolts. We're going to want to line up our rings so we can see them as we're going down. Can engage that into park so we can torque our bolts. Our gasket. Now the book says that this gear is supposed to be 9/16 from the top of it to the snap ring groove. That's obviously not right, at least for this model. Mine measured 2 inches and a 1/16 from the top of here to the top of this snap ring groove. Make sure your snap ring is in, short end of the taper up. And we're going to put our tail housing on. Hopefully I don't hit the camera. And you know what? I think I forgot to scrape the gasket off the front side of this tail housing. Yes, I did. I'll be back. Okay, one thing you need to be aware of, and I totally forgot about, there's no ring here. And the really bad thing is that groove right there, pin goes in there. Just hit the camera. The pin comes in from this side, so it's very easy to lose it. And you have to take it all the way back apart if you drop it or forget to put it in, which I forgot to put it in. Went a little bit too far. I don't know why they decided to put that thing in there like that. It's about a stupid design. Do not forget this thing. And I have a feeling it's been missing because this thing was leaking real bad, and I have a feeling it moved out. So be aware, you need to have that thing in there. All right, put your bolts in. 20 to 24 foot-pounds. We have a race. And a bearing. And another race. Snap ring. And another snap ring, short end of the taper up. Alright, this is going to be the fun part. There's a bolt that holds this in, and it goes in that slot right there. And probably not going to get to see this on camera. I'm going to have to lube this up, and I'm going to have to be very careful going in because this thing did not want to come out at all. And I polished the crap out of it trying to get it to free up, and I got it pretty damn close. I think it's going to go in, but it damn sure did not want to come out. Got a new bushing in there, and the bolt that holds that in there is this one. And like I said, it goes already trying to get stuck. It goes in that slot right there. So you're going to want to make damn sure that you're going where you need to, because it's going to be a pain to change, move this around. Alright, let me see how this goes. Also, there is a gasket and this gasket kit did not punch these out totally, so you need to be aware. Look at your gaskets and make sure all the stuff comes out of the holes that are supposed to be punched. And that's the last one. We got a gasket that goes on here, a plate, 4 1/2-inch bolts that hold that in. Tighten that down, put your rear seal in. I get all that done, we'll be back. Those were 7/16 bolts, not 1/2-inch bolts. On your speedometer, there's a couple different styles. This one has a square cut key, and it has to be pressed off. And what I did to get it off is I got a wrench that this would sit in, that the gear would go through, and then I set that on here and put that in my arbor press and press this out. You're gonna have to press that and you want to line this up and press this in until it comes down here and locks in place. Then there's an O-ring that goes on the outside, lube that up. And then there's this fat seal that goes in there. You're going to want to lube that up. Once you get that in there, I don't think you can see it, there is a notch right here. This goes in the hole. The retainer is going to go right inside that, and then 7/16 bolt holds that in place. Alright, put this piece on. We have a sealing ring, goes here, hook and loop like the others. have a race and a bearing. And another race, lip down. We have another sealing ring, hook and loop. Wrong one. Looks like I'm going to go through every single sealing ring I got before I get the right one. Yeah, I have another sealing ring here. Hook and loop. We have our spiral snap ring. Oh, quit messing with me. There, I don't think we're quite all the way up. Where's my hole at? See if we can get this. There we go. Well, I'm going to turn this so that you can't. Our gasket on. Make sure your bearing and races are on there. And let's get this lined up. There, and get all your bolts in there. 17 to 20 foot-pounds on that. There is 2 sealing rings here, depending on what model you have. I think I already changed those because I think we talked about it before. If you have the bushing in the front bell housing, it takes this sealing ring. If you don't have the bushing, it does not take the sealing ring. Get that all tightened down and we'll be back. I just use a pair of vice grips to give me something to hold against while I'm torquing. Gasket. Put a couple bolts in here and then put a dial indicator on it on here. Turn it upside down, zero your indicator. Pry up on your output shaft and make sure your end play is correct. And if everything comes out correct, then go ahead and put the rest of this in and tighten it, torque it all down. Now battery's about to die. Linkage goes on. 7/16 for that. We'll see how much we can get before the battery dies. This filter. Make sure your O-rings are all lubed up. The manual valve right there has to be lined up on that pin. Well, let's see if we can get it in the valve body first. I don't think that's going to work either. Alright, our shortest bolt goes back here. Actually, I think these two are the same size. And one goes there, one goes there. And this is a filter bolt. So next to the shortest goes here. Then these three are the same, and they go there. Guess we're still recording. Alright, at some point they eliminated this check valve here. They decided it wasn't needed. Lube up your rubber seals. Go in here. Battery's about to die. I'm going to go ahead and change it, and then we'll do our servos. Here's an O-ring here for the filter. It goes right there. Oh, before I forget, we have our 3 springs that sit on there. And when you put this plate on, you're going to want to make sure that these springs go down flat, evenly. We have the lower spring, and the pin, your lip seal. The lip is going to face towards you. This side's going to face down. You have a sealing ring on here. This side's going to face down. Spring on top. Spring. Sealing ring on here. Servo goes in. Alright, we're going to have to make a tool to hold this down so that when we put our cover on, we're not fighting all this. So let me go make something that can hold that down. Okay, this is what I come up with. It's probably a better way. I don't know, but short notice. Got a piece of metal, put a little bend on it, and put it in the pan bolt, got my gasket lined up. I'm gonna start the bolt for the, what do they call the thing? Compensator valve, I think is what they call it. Anyway, I started the bolt in there, so what I'm gonna do is get this down enough where it's making contact, and then it can be pushing on this servo and I can take this out. I just put these bolts in there to kind of line the gasket up in case it was touching it. You want the springs to be in those pockets right there. This is an outstandingly horrible idea to do this way. I don't know who the engineer was that come up with this, but really need their butt kicked. This would be a pure nightmare to do in the vehicle, I guarantee it. And I think my bracket is right in the way. Of my bolt. Well, I don't know, but let's see how it does. Maybe one of the dumbest ideas ever. All the bolts are short, except for this one back here. If this is the way this has to be done, they should have come up with a better way. That you could hold this down. Or how about the fact that you just flat didn't need to hold it down? That'd been even better. Yeah, I think it was in a way. And I have a feeling my servo came out. Sheer stupidity. Alright, missing a bolt, but that doesn't matter right at the moment. What matters is, can we get this down? Alright, seems like that worked. I don't know if that was the most brilliant idea, but it got the job done. Alright, I gotta find my bolt. I don't know what happened to it. Maybe that's where the filter goes. I think that's true. So, we find out which one is the filter bolt. this size right here, and it goes on the output shaft just about where this cover is. There's a groove, so don't forget to put your O-ring on there. That's for your yoke on your drive shaft to keep it from leaking. Six to 8 foot-pounds on those. The accumulator or compensator that has 3 bolts on, or 3 valves in there, is of course a 3-stage. The other one that's on the 63 that I have is a 2-stage. It of course only has 2 valves. Oh, wrong one. I don't know what I was even thinking. Why I was even putting the filter over there. This one. Okay, put the pan gasket on. I would put a thin bead of silicone on the pan side. They are almost always warped and they will leak. So I'm going to put that Loctite 598 on there, and I think I hit the camera. Put the pan on, and 12 to 15 foot-pounds is what the pan calls for. I think we only got one other thing. That is lube up our linkage seal, drive that in, and put on our outer linkage, and I think we're done with this unit. It's going to be an update on both rebuild, well, the rebuild video and the recase video. Since I've done those, I have come across the literature that shows where these pan bolts go. So the book says there's 5 of them, and this unit had 6 different bolts. So where the book says is this one here, these 2 here, this one here, and this one here. Since this one has 6, I think I would put the other one right there, but that's where they belong. So both units were in the wrong spot. Unfortunately, we're not going to get to build the 63 Catalina. It doesn't look like, at least not anytime in the near future. I thought I'd talk them into buying the parts when they bought the parts for the 62, but they didn't. So we'll just talk about the few differences that there are. I think we already talked about putting the groove of the speedometer gear facing the rear. On this one, it is 9/16 of an inch between the top of this groove to where this gear sits. On the 62 model, it's 2 1/16, and there's another groove out here. Actually, it's about right here, but the output shaft is a lot longer, and this is designed totally different right here. On the pump, the stop that is in the other one is not in this one. Other than that, the pump is identical. The bell housing is different, of course. We talked about not only in the bolt pattern, but it does not have that bushing in there. So no sealing ring on the input shaft that sticks up through the out of the Taurus, or the fluid coupling, I guess we should call it. Only other difference is on compensator. So let me get this undone, and then we'll go through how it goes together. Two-stage compensator. The number is different, 374 on this one. I think it was 797 on the other. There's a spring. Goes down in there. Make sure it goes all the way to the bottom. This valve sits in that way. Spring, valve, end plug goes with the little dimple facing out. And our retainer. The cover is different. This hole's different. I didn't pay attention to how much different everything else is. I didn't put the gasket on here to see if it would fit. Should have done that. That's shaped different. This shaped different. And our compensator sits on here. The bolts are the same. Slotted screws go here. And then the 7/16 goes on here. And I think that's it. I do believe that is it for this differences. Everything else was pretty much, oh, the valve body. The valve body is the same. The valves measure the same. The difference is some of the springs are different, but most of them are close enough that it's probably the same. They've just collapsed because of use. Some of them are enough different that, you know, they are different. So other than that, there's no need to go through the valve body. All the spring sizes will be on the Patreon side. All the layouts of this will be on the Patreon side. Alright, I guess that's it for this unit. Okay, so this 61 or 2, whatever year it actually is. Oh, this one is a 63, I'm sorry. The other one that we did was a 61 or 62. I'm pretty sure it was a 61. I don't know that for a fact because I never got the vehicle, but it's Super 88, not a Delta 88. So basically the same thing, whatever. So on this unit that we're going to do today, it's not going to be a true rebuild, it's going to be a recase. I'm tired of this thing sitting around. I almost just threw it away. I finally confronted them and said, look, I'd get me the damn parts so I can put this thing together and get it out of my way. And they are not going to get the parts. So I'm going to put the unit back together. It'll be a complete unit, so if at some point they want to ever do anything with it, they can. But like I said, I'm tired of it being in the way. So this is going to be a recase. Alright, there's some differences on this unit from the other one. There's the front seal. We have a seal that goes on our valve here. It's actually like a seat. It keeps it from banging back into the valve, I guess. And there's no need to take the spring off. The small end obviously clips down onto the valve. Here's a sleeve that goes in there. That all needs to be nice and super free. There is an O-ring that goes on here. Open end of the valve faces inward. You would want to lube all that up. The small end of the spring goes on the valve again. Unlike that other pump, there was no stop in there, and that's how it came to me. The O-ring on here. I'm going to lube that up again as well. There's a lathe cut seal that goes on the outside here. On your pump slide, this part right here faces right there, opposite of the springs. You have an inner and outer spring that goes here. You have a guide ring. You have our rotor. This side faces up. On your vanes, you would want to pick the side that was facing the guide rings. And if you can feel a ridge on there, these need to be replaced. And we have another guide ring that goes on here. On our cover, here's a 1/4 inch check ball. It goes right there. I want to put some grease in that to hold that in place. And pivot pin goes right there. I have a slotted screw. It goes here. Here's our bolts and washers that hold that to the bell housing. I'll stick those in there to kind of line this up somewhat. You can also put you a band around the outside to line that up. and then tighten that screw down by hand. We have a race, bearing, and race with the cup down. Have hook and loop sealing rings that go here. Lube up where your pump O-ring goes. And lube up your pump O-ring. And then install your pump. And I'm going to install a line-up bolt. This right here is going to line up right there. There is a gasket that goes here. .9/16 bolts on this. Make sure that you line the gasket up at the ports. And then there's one other thing I want to talk about on this, because I ran into it on the other unit. The other unit had come in for a leak, and this is one of the problems you run into with the carryout unit, is that you don't actually get to see what the problem is with your own eyes. All you have to do is go by what the other person tells you, and I can tell you usually it's wrong. Especially if people are not experienced with transmissions. They'll tell you a leak is coming from some places it really isn't. So what happened on the other one, and I don't know if I would do this on every one, but maybe you should. This thing is staked in place, and this is where it was leaking. It wasn't leaking out of the bolt like they said it was. And what I ended up having to do was take these stakes out of, grind them off, and then come in from the inside here and pop this thing out. And I ended up putting JB Weld in here and JB welding that in. I don't know what type of sealer is used when they put this in at the factory, but that's where mine was leaking from. So you might want to consider popping that thing out of there, or even just while it's clean like this, just filling that whole thing in with JB Weld and letting it dry like that. But I think you'd be better off popping it out and getting some JB Weld in between it and the bell housing, putting it back in, and then filling it. And then you have a solid seal. Valve, spring, valve with the long stem up, spring, end plug with the dimple out, This may not go very well right here. You really need to put this in a soft jawed vise, because it is a super stout spring. 0.435 on the steel ball that goes in here. There's a spring. You really don't need to take this out. In fact, in later models they even eliminated this. They figured out that they really don't need it. So, I don't know how well this is going to go. Maybe not well at all. Okay, I had to go put it in the vise. This check valve goes right here. I would not take these out unless they just fall out. Try not to bend them. And this little valve goes right here. Alright, and 2 1/4-inch balls. It goes there. It goes there. There is a lot going on in this valve body. So there's certain things you're probably going to want to do first. like this valve, put the spring in this valve, and this retainer is going to go in here. Right there, hold that in. Then on these valves here, it's got one retainer that goes all the way across. It might be better to break the retainer and put it in a piece at a time, but I'm going to put it in the way it comes from the factory. So you got the stem, or what is that? Stem facing out on that, the large end facing out on that, dimple facing out. The hollow end facing out on here, a spring, hollow end facing in, and on this valve we got the stem facing out, spring, dimple facing out. Now this I'm probably going to take back off unless it doesn't fall off. So I'm going to put this in here first. Trying to do this on camera may be pain. Alright, got that started. Hopefully that doesn't pop back out on me. And I've got that started. Alright, went a bit easier than I thought it would. Alright, we gotta get that all the way down in there, then make sure that our spring is centered up. Alright, I think we're good enough there. Does not seem to matter which direction this valve goes. And spring and stem facing out on that, and this was sitting in there just like so. I don't think it matters, but I always try to put things back the way they were. And the retainer, this side of the valve facing up. Now this was facing this way with this opening. Let's see. It was facing this way with this opening right over here. The spring, this side of the valve in, and put something in here to hold that valve back. See how it goes putting the end plug over the top of it. That went much better. There. And we have the valve with the stem up. And push that down. And put the roll pin in front of the spring right there. Alright, it looks good. This valve, this side facing out. Spring. End plug dimple facing out. And then this retainer just lays in front of it. Just like so. Okay, let's see what's the best way to do this. We'll do this side first. This valve has to line up so the roll pin goes through. Just goes flush. Then we'll do this one next. Got an E-clip that goes on here. It goes in, and then another E-clip goes over here. Okay. I wouldn't take these adjustments out. This one over here, yours may not be the same. I would measure it before. If you're going to take them out, I would measure it before. This one over here on mine measured 215 thousandths. There we go. Okay. I don't know what the best way to do this is. I think we should go ahead and put this valve in. This valve with the stem facing up. Spring. And retainer. Trying to get this up there where the camera can see, and it's killing my back. All right. The flat side of the valve facing out. Spring. Sleeve and valve. We're going to put the retainer right there. Have that facing the right direction. Yes, I did. Okay, and this thermal valve goes in here. Just like that, goes in between the body and that little valve we just stuck in. And it's supposed to stick up like that. And this little dude was sticking up 460 thousandths. Have the manual valve. We have separator plate. Pokes up through, that pokes up through the separator plate. And then we have those two 1/4-inch balls that were on here. We can just put them on here. And Nope. All these bolts are 907 thousandths. Alright, we just want to have the bolts started. We don't want to tighten them down, but we don't want it to fall apart. So I'm going to take one down and just back it off. This side over here we have 1/4 inch ball, 1/4 inch ball, and 310 thousandths ball right there, and our separator plate, and our valve body. This bolt here is 1" 1/37. The other two are 877 thousandths. And we have 900 thousandths and 1" 403. We have 2" 153. Where did you go? Right there. We have 3 that are 1" 656. And then we have one that is 1" 383. Alright, make sure everything is lined up. And go ahead and tighten those down. Battery died with maybe 5 seconds left. The only thing left is to put the spring in right here. And it just sits in there. Come on. Quit being a... It sits on there just like so. Two-stage compensator valve. We've got the spring valve. Spring valve. End plug with a little dimple facing out. And the retainer sits in there just like so. On your drum lip seal, the lip is going to be facing up towards you. On this one, lip's going to be facing down. I'm going to lube that up and put your piston in and the return springs. Alright, you put your pressure plate on and note where your notch is. You're going to mark that, and clutches go this side facing up, and then you're going to mark where your notch is on your other steels, and you're going to go 2 notches over from where that was. You alternate steels and clutches. You're going to go back 2 notches, and you're going to line that up where the first one was. And then you're going to go back, put this where the second one was. And vice versa. You keep alternating back and forth. Once you're done with that, this will only line up one direction. You're going to go press this down, and then there's 1/2-inch bolts that hold that together. Tighten those down once you get it all the way down. Okay, here's the finished product. You got your lines lined up. Clutches are facing this direction, so when you put your Taurus housing down, it's easier to line up with going down over that right there. Alright, lips are going to be facing towards you again on both of these. These have to line up in those holes. You would want to lube this up again if you're rebuilding it. Since I'm not going to. I should be able to get them in there just fine without lubing it up. And it can be a little bit fun getting that in there because of that. Just like so. Here's our return springs. Retainer. And let's see, no notches. Alright, on your snap ring, you notice that there's a taper to the tips. You want the short end up, not down, like that. Alright, 2 sealing rings, hook and loop. You have a cone that's going to go in here, and a cone that's going to fit in the case. This drum has a lock for the, let's see, I think this one's for the band. This one is for the drum. And you're going to want to put the rounded edge up. It helps kind of guide it in there. So you put the rounded edge up on this one too. These have to go in the case before you slide that in. You have a race or oil dam, whatever you want to call it. Lip on the sprag is facing up. And usually it's easier to put it in here first. Another oil dam, race, whatever you want to call it. It's a 4-tab washer that's going to go on back here. We have a race, lip up, bearing goes on top of that. The output shaft is going to bolt onto here, and there's no need in taking these bolts out right here. You gain nothing by doing that. You cannot get the planet apart without taking the crimps off of the pinions there. Lip up on the race, bearing. This is pretty prone to going bad, so I pay close attention to this. If you can stick the shaft in there and it's got some play, or if it's cracked, you're going to want to replace it. And the bevel faces out, and this whole assembly comes out. Probably going to have to break the rubber out of there, and then take your race out, and then press it all in. It goes in this way. This goes into here. On the front, after this goes in, let's see here, what we got. No race goes on there. The race is the ring gear. Got that there, wrong direction. Let's see here. What else we got? We got this sun gear. We have a race, thick race. Make sure you put the side up that was riding on the bearing. And then the bearing, then the cup side facing down on this race. We have this race, cup facing up. Bearing, lip facing down on this race. Alright, here's a snap ring that's going to go in front of this planet on here. Our output shaft. Sit down and talk about this. This is the aluminum one. I went ahead and took it apart because I got the steel one for that other one. You cannot take this valve out. This is that valve right there. It's cramped on. You will destroy it taking it apart, but I ground it down, punched out the center of this. You have to take this valve out to get it out, which don't know why it matters because you can't do it. But anyway, there's how this is. This is the aluminum governor. The rings I got in the rebuild kit for the other one were nickel plated. So I think that's probably going to work out pretty good. These steel rings are going to wear out real bad. That's one of the things that happened on this. And I had already gone and honed out the tail housing and checked my rings, and they still fit really nice and snug. So I think I would have been okay just changing these rings out. There is a bushing in here. Pay attention to where the notch is, and the notch is back here. Yeah, this one doesn't have notches back here, but I thought this one does. This one has notches back here. So apparently there's a difference on the governors also. Just make sure your valve is nice and free, both of them. If you're going to use the aluminum governor, you are supposed to use a gasket. If you are going to use the steel one, it is recommended that you leave the gasket off. Now this only fits one way, so I would mark it, and it only fits one way on your here, so mark it also. Be easier to stick it on. The way I did it is I went ahead and bolted this down to the shaft, then slid my tail housing on. It is recommended that you line all these sealing rings up, and they are hook and loop. Go together just like so. Anyway, the book says you should line these up so that you can see if one of these sealing rings unlatches as you're going down with the towel housing. You're going to have your governor on before you can put your speedometer gear on. On this one, it is 9/16 of an inch from this snap ring groove to the top of the speedometer gear, and the line faces up. So this, you can just heat this up with the heat gun and then slide it on. Instead of beating it on, it will slide on just fine. Once you get that on there, there is a snap ring that goes right here. There's 2 races and a bearing that goes here, and then another snap ring. But you can't put those on until you get the tail housing on. Here's the bolts to hold the output shaft to the ring gear. Okay, this is how your linkage is put together. Me personally, I would not take any of this apart. That's how it's put together. And this part here will fall out on you when you don't want it to. It is kind of a pain to get in and out of there. You wouldn't think it would fall out as easily as it does, but it does. Alright, there is on this one here, there is a spacer. Well, actually, both of them have a spacer here. The other one is shaped a little different on this. But this one has a spacer that goes in between here and here. And it sits down in this little edge right here. Just like so. And your pivot pin is going to go in. The other one, the pivot pin, is all one piece. This doesn't have this little spacer. This one here does. And that goes in there, then this sits on top. Just like so. Alright, let's go to this side. We have our pressure plates going to go on the bottom. And then you got alternate clutches and steels. You have a notch on your steel. So you're going to put one on that side. And then you're going to flip it and go to this side. Then you're going to alternate that up. And we have our pin. You want the rounded edge up. It's going to go in the furthest hole over this direction. And we're going to put our support in. You're going to want to go as straight as possible. Might even want to lube that up a little bit. way down. And we're going to want to put in this one with the rounded edge up. Put your cone in. You want to put this cone in. Now this thing can be cracked, they say, and it'll work just fine. Can't be in pieces though. You want to line that up on that, and you want to go in as straight as possible. You will put the snap ring in with the opening. I believe it went right on there, just like so. Put the lug in here. Make sure your washer's on your sprag, and place that in. Yeah, and the washer fell off. Go. Make sure your bearing and race is on here. Alright, this is not going to sit the way I need it to. I really need it on its side, but I want to show this to you. So I don't know how well this is going to work. may not work well at all. This is not how you're supposed to do it. Make sure your washer is on the front of your drum in here. Place your drum on. Your race bearing and other race on here. And maybe in the way. Race bearing and race on your planet. And it's not pushing it up enough. So I'm going to have to lay this on its side. But you can see what needs to be done. And then the short end of your taper of your snap ring is going to go on the groove of this shaft and hold all this together. We have our shaft assembly. Governor assembly. Our 1/2-inch bolts. Put your O-ring on your linkage, and your linkage needs to go into your tail housing. Inside your tail housing, right there, is a pin that holds that in that little groove, and also goes in your linkage down here, so make sure that all lines up. You're going to want to put some grease in there to hold that in. You want to put your gasket on your tail housing, and then you're going to want to line up your rings so that you can see if they unhook on you, and kind of try to get them in the center of their bore. Be very careful going down with this. Nine 9/16 bolts that hold that in. Kind of hard to screw up where they go. There's longer and shorter. Long ones will be too long for the short hole. bracket goes up here. So the long ones go here, here, and here. And we have a race. Bearing, and another race, snap ring, camera right in the way. All right. Now we have another snap ring, and we're going to have to lift up on the output shaft to get it to go in. There we go. And press your bushing into your housing here. This, where's my notch? This notch right here has to line up with this bolt. Goes in there just like that. So it's going to have to line up perfectly. So you might want to mark this thing and get this to line up perfectly, and put you something in here so that you can see that it is lined up. You might want to lube that up also. Make sure there's no burrs on it. It slides in easily. Once it's lined up, you can tighten that down. Here's a gasket that goes on here. 7/16 bolts for that. Alright, on your speedometer, you just get something that goes down in the center of that, something that goes around here without screwing up this outside here. So you want something a little bit smaller. And an arbor press, and you can press that gear out of there. There's a ring right there that presses on, that holds that in place. So you're just going to push it through it. You can pull your seal out then. Press the ring back on there with your gear on it, O-ring here, and then you get your new seal, and you're going to press your new seal in right there. Just like so. This little retainer goes right there. And lube your O-ring up, line that up. Put your rear seal in this way. Here's our snap ring in. It's going to allow them clutches to go up in there with the rounded edge facing up. Okay, there's a hook and loop sealing ring that goes here. It is no longer going to hold, so I'm going to have to leave it off. You see, it won't stay. But it goes right there. We have a race. You have a sealing ring that goes right there, sealing ring that goes right there, hook and loop, both of them. I don't know if this one here is going to stay. Two of them were not holding properly when I took it apart. There we go. And we have a bearing and race here. Lip's going to face up, bearing's going to sit on top. There is a spiral snap ring that goes on here, on this little groove on this shaft. You may have to pull it up to get it on there, and then you're going to have to work it around. There we go. I have a race with the lip down, bearing, race on top. And our gasket, one thing we did forget to talk about, or I forgot to talk about, is on this cover. See if they're tight. Alright, inside of here, both sides, they're both the same. There is a spring and a valve. I'm not going to take both sides apart because they're both the same. And you have to hold that down in there. Get your gasket. They do give you the gaskets. And put that on there. And get your plate. Put that on there. And then you have these bolts. They take a special socket in it. I think I got mine off of the Matco truck. It took a little while to get it. It is called a clutch G bit. And let me tighten this down and we'll see if we got a number on it. Alright, it is definitely Matco. AC5B is the bit number. Okay, since our bell housing does not have a bushing, it does not take a sealing ring here. If you have a bushing, you have to have the sealing ring. Alright, now we got to line up our dowel pins. Got 1/2-inch bolts for that. And I forgot, there is a sealing ring right here. Okay, I just got a pair of vice grips right here to help me hold while I torque. The gasket goes here. Alright, make sure it drops down on its own. You don't want to be beating it on. 5/8 bolts and washers that hold that on. This bolt here holds the tubes in. And we have 3 1/2-inch bolts with washers. The longer one goes here, the shorter one goes in the back over here, and the other one goes over right here. This one goes right here. And you can put a dial gauge. Let me go ahead and get one. I'll show you. Put you a dial gauge on there, zero out your dial, pry up on your gear train, and that'll give you your end clearance. Okay, we have our gasket on our tubes, O-rings on our tubes. Make sure get that lined up. Here's our bolt and our washer. Lube that up. Gotta make sure our manual valve gets right there. We have two bolts. They are 7/16 heads. These are 1" 8/1000. The other three are 1" 6/37. Lube up your linkage seal and put that in. Let's get you a socket that fits around it and tap it in. Okay, these are not going to fit in there very well anymore, so I'm not going to put the rubbers in. The rubbers go down first, make sure they're all the way against the support down there. And then after you put the rubbers in, these springs go on top. Alright, let's see. Cone spring, small end goes down. The lip goes up on our servo. Lube that up. There's a sealing ring on our servo. It's butt cut, so make sure it goes, this spring goes on here, and this spring goes on, or this servo goes on here. If you're going to take this apart, which there's really no need to, a snap ring there, washer, a spring, a retainer, pin, sealing ring, spring goes here. Now you're going to have to make a tool to put this in. Why they designed this thing this way, I don't know. But you're going to have to make a tool. And I just got me a flat bar. And you're going to want to come in off of here. Oh, you'd want to put your gasket down first, then put that on. And this is how I did it last time. Spring's got to fit in the side of those pockets right there, so you're going to have to watch while you're putting this down. And then this bolt hole right here, will come down here and push on this servo. So you're going to have to watch. Make sure you're backed off enough that you're not interfering. And then watch your springs.
It's on. You got all these parts? The ones that were in, I guess.
Yeah,
Oh,
I haven't checked them yet, but
okay.
I got a box of parts.
Okay, cool. Because Andrew called from Louisville and said they sent the same order, I guess, over there, and he thought maybe we didn't get ours, so I just came and checked.
I got a box.
Okay.
I'll check to make sure they're all in there.
Sure thing.
Okay, get that all started. You have to make sure your plate's over enough that it's not interfering with this bolt. Which it is. So I'm going to have to turn that. There we go. This bolt and go there. And then one of these bolts is a filter bolt. I think it's that one. Alright, so screw this down so that it's touching the servo. You can back this off then. And pull that out. Then, as you back this screw off, tighten down your bolt. Then you can tighten all these bolts down. Alright, this one is a filter. Alright, put this piece on. 7/16 bolt here. The two longer slotted bolts here. And a short one here. Make sure your O-ring is up inside of here. And then your filter goes on. Lube that up. Have our covers. And I'm missing my filter bolts. Not surprising, this thing's been sitting around for a year. The camera has an uncanny knack for dying right before we're done. Put the pan gasket down. There happen to be 6 different bolts for the pan. You got these washers on them. Instead of these washers. Now this one had 6, the other one had 5. There's nothing in the book anywhere about where they belong. The other one had them here and here, here, and here, and here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm putting the other one over here, and the regular bolts everywhere else. It's going to be an update on both rebuild, well, the rebuild video and the recase video. Since I've done those, I have come across the literature that shows where these pan bolts go. So the book says there's 5 of them, and this unit had 6 different bolts. So where the book says is this one here, these 2 here, this one here, and this one here. Since this one has 6, I think I would put the other one right there. But that's where they belong. So both units were in the wrong spot. Now on your linkage here, it goes on this way. And make sure it's all the way up on there. Tighten that down. This one here, see if we can get it back off. You're being a snot. Has a blind spline, so make sure it's only going to go on the one way. Once you get that on there, tighten that down. I believe those both 3/8. This one here, you want to make sure it spins nice and free, doesn't bind up. This is your throttle linkage. If it binds up, this is not going to work properly. It's going to bind up and not shift properly. I think that's it. There's bushing on here for your linkage. There's a couple bushings on here for this linkage. Okay, I think we're done with the unit.